Yeah, completed.
Maybe we should have something that looks like that now, so I start your montage, project new, navigate to where your data is, where you create
Yeah,
project,
create
and
new
we'll
project.
call it Mount Farmer.
Okay. Yeah. And I just left him. See, partner, because there's no stop. Just not. Tama bila, okay? Tama bila. Maybe just me more call most. Ano siya? Just ano siya? Ngayon sa Pilipinas din. Ngayon sa Pilipinas. Maybe have a break. 10 minutes break to chigajo to and also in comes through. Losing John. That's much
All right, so
30 minutes of
your montage is basically what we explored. Just window here on the left-hand side. It's got three tabs to it: data, tools, and jobs. So under this data here, that reflects what data has been loaded into the project. So you add databases, you create new databases, some in grids, you remove them. So it basically shows what data is in the project. The tools allow you to access things like the color, table, etc., of the data that you've loaded.
okay.
This jobs tab here, you've got jobs running in the background, get grading or gravity, so modeling or terrain correction or effects here.
Okay.
In the toolbar at the top here, the first icon here is to save the project, which is quite important because there's no automatic save.
Oh, okay.
So in the likelihood that crashes at some stage, you don't want 3 days worth of work to be lost. Just so it's important to save your project on a regular basis. This helps you manage the menus. Click on it, comes up with a whole bunch of options here. So you can turn menus, turn up menus, so-called extensions, and turn these on. GX, these are executables that you can run. Things like these are all long list of them, but they're basically executable. You can actually example of maths. You have the database open and then you can perform certain tasks. That's to run a script. That's to later, that's to record a script. It's to stop recording of itself. Now on the top right hand side, it tells you if you connect it to sequence. cycle sequence server icon. Not going to be using that. That's if you're working up. If you've got your data sitting on a sequence server, processing it there, it gives you, allows you to track what changes were made and pass it to from the same. All right, is everybody current up to date?
Yeah.
Maybe we could like inside and make it and things and you
Yeah, you've probably only got the viewer installed to it. Did you register at the sequence?
सरकारी सब्सक्रिप्सन दियो ए अनि
Maybe did you download
डाउन लोक इन्स्टल भयो लोक इन्स्टल भएन इन्स्टल नभएको इन्स्टल नभएको मैं लोक अनि बेन लोक डाउन से इन्स्टल भयो तुक अनि लोक रन भयो ताउनस
Yeah, I think you downloaded the viewer, installed the viewer.
फर्स्ट गिफ्ट एड पेज अनि तुप्स रन भयो त क्लोज भयो त सर ओपन टु मी Okay.
So for just so as an example of working with this, we're just going to manage menus. And you can see at the top here, you've got a menu here called 3D view.
Yeah.
So an example, we turn that off there. So okay. You'll see the 3D menus now.
No.
So that's, if you've got to look, for its laptop, you only got limited space, so don't want lots of menus that will take this. All right, we're going to start working with the databases now. All right, so the objectives of this is you should be able to understand the gist of databases and how it works, be able to create a database, import different types of data into it, assign a coordinate system, reprojecting the database, and also georeference data and no coordinate system. Is everybody familiar with coordinate systems? What's the coordinate system that's used here?
We have our own to grab. We have our own national projection system called to grab.
And what is it?
Project no,
it's based on GRS management. The first which happens based on various meters and GRS management. And earlier it was British was transnational. And now I think they're going with the Lambert problem. Furniture. There's one GRS 19 it's listed in the center of the nothing for the children.
Say from already?
They're choosing that thing from the in the new coding system. It is earlier it was 90. Now I think they have a decline in sensitivity and not a center meridian. Okay, so it's state and negligence. Completely you won't be earlier.
Yeah, so just for a general thing, when we use survey, we generally just use the UTM.
Yeah.
So we choose the UTM that is representative of most of the survey. Just makes you just want to be consistent with the survey. And if it's in people's encryptions, I think it's 45 or 46.
46, yes. 46, yeah.
Good, 2046.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to import some data into a database, synthetic data, and what you do, say, with geochemistry. You see that's slightly different workflow to do that. That's what a geosort database looks like. What's in it? This top left cell here we call the master cell. That tells you the line number, also the flight. If you survey multiple flights, and you can try to sorting for that. Then you've got a whole bunch of what we call channels, so our columns in a spreadsheet. And each column has a cell. That would be a cell. So it's possible this is just a one-dimensional cell, so it's just got one data point. But you can think of it having also having a three-dimensional view. So you're selecting something like side mix. Each point you'll have a time series of amplitudes and that and so having a cell. Also for conduct electromagnetic surveying, and APK, and patterns. And we also manipulate the data in the columns and add the columns together. We can use expressions so much like so if value bigger than this, we just a certain value. So we'll do it with it's quite a lot of functions. If you're familiar with Excel, working with databases, it's quite straightforward. Any questions? If you right click anytime in the master cell, you can get information stored there like the flight dates, flight monitor, the type of line it is, like a random line or this line. So things. Yeah, and if it's so the selection status. If you don't want to perform certain operations with certain lines, you select that line. So that will tick there, that means that line is selected. All right, so those are supported database formats that you import into the database, quite extensive. Do you have any special data formats and data that you have here that you want to use in Montaj?
The data that they have shared in the grid format, RTP and it they have not shared data for the database.
Okay.
I think they did the processing with the database and then they share with us the same one.
All right, so we're going to now just create the database. Database. Database new.
Yeah.
You've already done this.
Yeah.
Database new Mac. That's the number of lines in the database. If for very large surveys, I want to make that number a bit bigger. And the number of channels as well. So I'll have database you've got more than 200 channels. And then you've got options for whether you want to compress it for speed, you want to compress the size. The databases can get quite big for these government surveys. It's, often put to big databases.
Mm.
So very much if you find that you get an error that there are not enough lines channels, it's possible to what they call probe a database. So it's not something that you set now on change in it's timing functions. So we're just going to leave all these settings as have a separate menus. And there's some more options down here. These are generally okay for most surveys. Change them. One case where it is necessary to change it is if you import a lot of data and it's not split into units. And it's just before we try import it, you'll get an error, so we haven't got enough memory. Straight to units. Increase the size. For most users in this cases.
When do we use the complex for speed and use for complex or place? Like it's irrelevant, or we can use whichever we want.
I generally use no compression.
No compression.
Yeah, because I get nervous that the database gets corrupted. Because I'm just using no compression.
How large data is it? Or if it's small, then
It doesn't
no.
for this case it's not. But if you're running out of disk space or constrained, then use save space. But a very slow computer compressors.
Mhm.
Okay, so the database comes up. So everybody there.
Only takes it on. Actions. Tiga dia baru columns. Terus lewat
Right, so now we're going to import the GeoSoft XYZ data into this database. So if we go to the Mount Palmer dataset, which is geophysics, and we look at the mag single column at the XYZ extension, xsurvey.xyz. So that's just
yeah.
it's in ASCII format.
Okay.
Right, so it's got columns and that / tells GeoSoft to ignore that. It's basically a comment line. If you can see the format it's set up, we've got a line number, column for X local, Y local, and column. So we're going to import that now into the database. Database import XYZ.
again. Yeah. Yes.
It's already there.
Yeah.
So we're not going to create a database, the one we created. Select the XYZ file. Click on create template. So this create template is quite an important part of importing data. That tells GeoSoft how to import this data into the database and how to ascribe columns and what type of data it is.
Currently, what you can say template. Create template page.
Like literally So if you look at this window over here, it creates there. That's going to be the channel name now in the database. This is the data format that it pulls it in at. Double is usually good. There's an option here called float. So that's the precision that it imports the data. So double precision, I don't know how many decimals you run it. So you're not going to have a problem with that. If you use float, you've got more than four decimals, then you start getting into timing. So again, double precision will use more space in your database.
Yeah.
Right. So it's double the precision. If your data's got strings in it, just change that string. Because the string so this is modification. All right, so we're going to import that. And you see the template name there is not called survey.io. It's the import template. So if I want to import another data file with the same format, I don't have to create the template again. So,
Okay. Yeah.
all right, so good practice, the same the changes in the database. So it's top left icons to database yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the one line that we saw. Do the run it. Run it. Put your line to literally. So you will 나 롤 스크롤 비트면 어디 비트도 스펙이 사실 웹진 렌치 점심 안 잠시 마음 웹진 마음이 왜 잠시 좀 다시 웹진 비트면 마음이 왜 잠시 Sargin sobie matuje?
Server montaż Oasis, montaż time użyli, zawsze montaż montaż time sprawy
MON
TG. TG. April bro.
Andy.
That's the first time you're importing the data.
Short just
It's not going to, you haven't got anything.
trading project.
If you want to change
Trading data to time as a followers.
XYZ, you say replace to replace that data.
So, an idea? That's my line idea.
line ID
That's what it is.
An idea line number.
line number में flight की number की में चले x coordinate y coordinate मैं data दिया
All right, so if you right click on the name, channel name, your database, you can click on show profile.
Okay.
So that's showing you all the data in this channel.
John, is this the raw data or the processed data, the MAC data?
This is probably being processed. So it's just an example of those. It's being processed because there's no diagonal for actually. You can see the values. One of the things you know is being processed is it's got values that's not close to zero. Because if you measure the Earth's magnetic field, it's 35, 45 plus all the inches.
Okay.
So that's something that we're on. Top left here in the master cell, it just says D0. So, and if you go to list, there's only one line there.
Okay.
You right click here and you go to edit. You can see also those looking attributes of that line. Line number 0, version number 0. It's reported as random data. Flight number, it's given it's 0, it's given it's space. So version number is you can have you plan a survey, you say 200 kilometers long, you start surveying that line, and then you, for some reason, stop and fly. So the time it's not running, what we call break the line. And then you come back tomorrow, and then you complete the line. So that line has still got the same number,
but the
different version. With Excalibur, what we would do is don't give a version number and just increment the line number by one. And your flight plan, your lines will increase by 10. Better version. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is import the GeoChem database. So also, if we're going to get some data, scan the databases thing there, we can see we've got my mag database. So there's the right click there. You can delete it, you can rename it, you can remove it from the project in a few days. Let's just import the GeoChem database. Yes. So you just close this here. It's good practice to do that. So in our project, we're prepping it today, but the whole thing here from the project. Geochemistry, the CSV file. See what it looks like. So this one here has got a sample number, longitude and latitude, type of sample it is. That's like water sample, soil sample, and it's got a series of geochemical patterns. Is everybody familiar with geochem and water samples and soil samples?
That's the details from the X-ray part.
I don't know. As gold, you don't get an XRS, so mostly.
Yeah.
You do get gold, but it's not a big species.
Is that real data or a dummy data?
Is it?
Is it a real?
Yes, that's real.
75 ppm of voltage.
PPD.
EPBR.
So we're going to do the same thing now. We import the geochem into a geochem database. Database news, and that's what we did previously. Geosoft has this feature where it remembers what you've done previously. So we have to just change the mag here to geochem. We're going to import this data. Always import. So CSV data, it's not in the other formats here. Import SQL. This is the geochem database. Geochemistry, CSV. Take that sentence. This is the data import wizard.
template completely rather than treatment now. So the next time we touch the same things that uniform
Data is limited.
comments change the
The different columns.
honey hated the honey base. So the
Headings on column one.
manager on the remember better.
It's possible to have data, receive data where you've got a whole bunch of descriptors. You can tell that Montaj is just on what rows you start importing. Next, find the names of Excel. So it picks up the names properly the same. You can just check that the descriptors match what we see in the columns. The sample for name, data formats in string. Longitude, floating point, latitude, floating point. August string, and then just a pick up all the other columns. In some data sets we have dummies. So, for example, if we GFN need data like section limits, that could be a number like double nine, minus double nine. Could be messages. In the import template, you can specify what the dummy is. I think the any damage in the data set.
So you just give the
Yes, sir.
column
I think detection is with that.
you have to define
And I hate him. That's what he said. Specific.
you have to define the dummy one you just give the type or the column header or
In the oops, I thought you would put the dummy value in this.
just reach dummy.
Yeah, you'd have to do it with each column.
For if you give value give the header entire column.
No, that's just it's telling it to treat that data as a dummy. Since that value is a dummy. Because if you're say double nine, you don't want that to if you want you just read it as a dummy, otherwise it's all this function. Then by default, you can see it gives the import template the name of the data set that you import.
By 3.
There is cases where maybe you want to change that. You might be importing, say, a Fort A, Fort B, Fort C of day 1, day 2, day 3 data. When you just name your template. You can go to your project. See where the import template has been stored. You see there's the import template. So right. I'll see if we receive the so we're the GFP file. So there's the import template.
So let's still find it. So it goes.
Same
format language. Just be clear.
And that's what it looks like. So you can go in there and you can change the name.
So that's the next thing you just
You can have a case where you've got importing MOEM data, you can have hundreds of channels with radiometrics. This one.
Als wir uns natürlich letzten Tag wird es bald geben.
All right, is everybody done then?
Yeah.
Okay, if you look at the bottom right-hand side of the database here, then it says unknown.
Yeah.
So that's the coordinate system. We haven't assigned a coordinate system yet to the database. So that, but when you look here, that's the expression to give you that information of what coordinate system is being assigned to the database. So the nice thing with Montaj, you can work with three data that's got latitude, longitude, the data that's on everything. What's actually land that conform on the so in real time you can walk these things. When I first started working, we couldn't do that. So you have all your data to be in the same projection. The MAG database, you saw said X, local, Y local, and the GeoChem we've got longitude and latitude. So we're going to convert those now to the same projection system. We're not need that data. So we want to assign coordinate system to the database. So you've got your coordinates up here. We set the current XY. Easting here in this case is going to be our longitude, latitude. Latitude. Okay, coordinates. Set coordinate system. Set coordinate system. All that. Okay, create coordinate. So, is everybody here? Yeah. So this system is for Australian data. So there's a quite a nice feature here you can search. So just type in GDA 94. And then it's latitude and longitude, so it's a geographic coordinate system.
Coordinate system. Set coordinates. Set coordinates. Set coordinates.
And if you're going to be using this more than once, you can add it to our favorites.
Give us reference. Set coordinates. GTA kan kan do ba 아니 맥가는 집가는 게 아니면 कई करने के क्या है वेब करें नहीं I think someone's PC has been connected.
Yes.
Imagina assim, ok. 왜? 강아지간에 쓰는 와이파이 문제돼. 와이파이 이러고.
So if you look in the databases now, in the longitude and latitude columns, you've got an annotation X and Y. It's telling you
Beer.
that
잠시만.
you treated it
Okay, beer.
Y.
What is that?
Let's do this one again.
Create coordinate system. First thing we'll do. Yeah, other thing we'll do. Sure.
Alright, so I think now I add this to my favorites because I'm going to be using it more than once.
술러보자. 다른 거 맞았어? 오케이, beer.
I think we are lost.
You lost.
예, 되는. 예. 그래서 집에 가서 coordinate system nobody Studium git coordinate system Studium git only student that can only so say to why do what depend on the magic data you get from X only to different data different system to coordinate system and you see that there are any for several things any point down eventually I think being eliminated database make them Studium data understand when we use the 나도 이 coordinate 안에 simbol이 매매 거기 안에 coordinate system 오면 안 돼. 아니 Mac의 coordinate system 오면 Mac의 coordinate system Mac project 오면 안 돼. 아니 within value 안에 coordinate within Mac 나타나 Mac project coordinate system same it 오면 돼. 안에 data define 뭐 배워 돼. Mac의 만 아니 그게 지나 맞춰서 same as 지금 multiply lens mommy which is just na zona already zona and then the man be set
Scroll through.
oh 200
So it is saved.
and that's actually that's the bit with 이런 정도가 살림도 배우다 제 팔림도 배우다 라인 리스트라만 so 제가 한 집이
Yeah, I could see.
아직이 왜 기다다 그래도 로비미가 다른 아니 그래 또 이만 같이 로비도 돼 그래 나도 이만 그래서 그때 지만 되고 에 정말 좋다 애들스 잡시든 자고 있어 네 클릭나 로버트 클릭나 이 컴플리트 로야 맞아 나도 또 들리 컴플리트 로 샤미긴
Everybody is.
이거 이거 되잖아 저기 들어 just relax should plan over something charity I was on the go I imagine what about it over the doctor on that one to do it what was the syllable you can use one you can work with one Chinese is only in India that's what you sound so and that's the John should be black quality.
Let's reproject these coordinates.
yeah
Okay, so longitude and latitude are fine in the database, but you can't plot them on a map because you can't put scales. So generally, we convert our longitude and latitude to some sort of projected data for us, for its UTM.
okay
So when we collect data, we collect it with a GPS, and that's latitude and longitude. When we start doing QA/QC and processing, we will convert our data to coordinate system, projected coordinates.
easier
So now we're going to do that.
project that.
Okay, so now we're going to project our data. Coordinates, new projected coordinate system.
New projected coordinate. New projected coordinate system. एक हामी दिन्छ दुई अनि कोर्डिनेट चिन्ह जो हामी फेसहरु तब हामी कोर्डिनेट थिङ अछि सोच्न नसक्ने फर एक्जाम्पल म्याकिङमा कोर्डिनेट सोच्नु न अनि
Just
कोर्डिनेट सोच्नु सेम फर्मेट
like longitude and latitude.
नेक्स्ट
Okay, brings up what the coordinates we assigned previously, which is
Okay.
PDA 94.
ओके
That's okay. It's our input.
ओके
Right, our output. These are going to be our projected system. X underscore MGA 50. Y underscore yeah.
X
So next. Right, so similarly to what we did previously, we're going to search. Projection system is MGA zone 50. MGA zone 50 here.
okay NG 50
Right, we will select GEA 94. Zone 50.
yeah NG
I think just go back when the output.
Output. Coordinates. Any projected
HD 94 MG 50
geometric latitude. That's the coordinate system. Conflict trouble.
Are we good? Yeah.
Next. And is MGA zone 50.
ठीक है GTA 94 MG zone 50 like always GTA okay anyway okay anyway okay the last night
And we'll add that to
you can
favorites.
put last but then contract will last the
But here in this part of the prompt here, you can pull that down.
housekeeping I know old define way new project menu
The other way to look for coordinate systems is to use this EPSG code.
okay
Each one's probably got its own code. You just type it in there and it should
come up
come up and work correct.
mechanism mechanism Aqui a coordinate plug any coordinate same MG 15 a bit. Qualify device the same so that
You click on the details here. You can see the parameters of that projection. Always,
That's your water basing.
it's always good to check this because it's not unknown.
Okay, we see, but
There are errors in the software.
no,
It's always good to check this. Especially if it's the first time. Right.
you define basing.
Now you'll see you've got two additional columns in that. If you're familiar with the coordinate system and the values, you should look at it and measure at these values. You've got very large negative values.
300, 3,000, 1,000, 25 on the zoo. Okay.
Save the database now. Yeah, change also your current X and Y columns to these columns in the database. So set code XY.
Set code XY. X and J direction.
X and Y columns are used when we do things like gridding or plotting on program.
So the selected variables spreadsheet. What was the system any space? One which has more than two. This stuff. This stuff. Use me view. This is projection same narrative, but zone 46 narrative, put kindly password, put 5 coordinate, zone 46, it's just a tutu put it. Put Kashmir to said baby was last that standing coordinate system. Which is 1980 for the tutu buckets. Same coordinate, yeah, break on tutu minute. The translate, and it didn't. His own 46 system is being put right now. Jodi Page called the young. Oh, then after which you point accuracy goes in the home. Jodi Page, but she took the coordinates. But she did it. No. 거기나도 배우지 똑같아. 아직나도 아무도 미스테이크 없어. whole day, entire day gone. Day. Who was? Camera mount baby version.
Currents and managing. So, take a break.
요 camera चाहिँ फोनले त हुँदैन फोनले त हुँदैन क्यामेरा नि माउन्ट गरेर रेकर्ड गरेर गऱ्यो भने छ ब्रेक नै किलो ब्रेक 2 किलो
The UTM coordinates system. Basically, you need to map those local coordinates onto known projection system. So Montaj, it's 2 steps. That's from walk. And then you apply the walk to a database. And you just do images, grids, and boxes. The boxes are the 3D All right, so warping is different ways to do it. There's manual, where you enter the local coordinate system and what you want to map it to, settings are active. Click on the map, the output coordinates there, we enter active on a ship. All right, so there's different things, different ways to do it. You can do a 1-point translator. Looking at it, putting 2 coordinates, 2 points. So that would be a shift rotate at the scale. You point, shift rotate and scaling X and Y. 4 points. And a multi-point unit. So this is if you do this, if say you've got a method which in a publication must be projected, you know, the projection system is but what lets you obviously but you entire maps and you end up with lots of points walk it up. Okay. To next year, to. So we're going to walk georeference our MAG database now. So we've been given by the surveys the mapping. So this is a local mine coordinate system. And they've given us a file with the measured UTM points. 1, 2, 2 points. Show you what that looks like. So that's our local coordinates, so x and y 0 and 0, and our UTM coordinates values over here. Have a 9 point, this one here, and so the corresponding UTM coordinates. So you can load this file into Montaj, but we're just going to do it manually and we'll talk in that. Right, so we go to coordinates, georeferencing. Coordinates, georeferencing, going to define. Okay.
Coordinates, georeferencing.
The output walk file, we'll call it local QMGA. You'll see the file names, the column names, we give it names that are meaningful. It's really frustrating when you work with people. They call it new or old. Give your file names or columns names that are new. And if you so we've got 2 points. We've got 2 points scaled in that state. And the definition mode is going to be red. Everybody got this?
Yeah. Okay.
Find the output coordinate projection. Yes.
Yes.
It will be MGA 50.
Yes, 50. Click on OK. OK. There's the next.
So original will need to be 0. 0. New X is 7, 1, 4, 5, 6, 0.
Let's see.
New Y 6, 5, 2, 8, 300.
6, 5, 2, 8, 300. 7, 1, 4, 6, 3, 0, 0, 6, 5, 2, 6, 5, 2, 8, 3, 0, 0. Let's do it. Година дадем главное второс. Они
Everybody got that?
so они the all они the new so они no maybe 00 라인에서 00 포인트 잠시만 coordinate xy 오면은 또 00이 아니죠. 다른 세컨드 23 아니죠. 그러니까 아니 let's say LC greeting 뭐 아니 일단 00긴 하디 다도 안 쉬고 아니요 왜 키는 로컬 기네 maybe x key 00입니다. and ECM coordinates the railway system in ECM.
Like that, good.
Yes, how do you get it on from where you get it? Get published.
That would come from the mine survey.
So if you have more points that have been surveyed, so you get to choose more.
Yeah, if it's if 2 points describe the rotation accurately, it puts your data, you know, accurately in the correct place, then 2 points is enough. But if you need to scale it, so scale it differently in X and Y, then you need additional points.
To reference with point more is better. The more you have, the more is better.
As long as they're all good points. Yes.
To reference with you represent the point on the movie.
Everybody got that?
Yeah.
Okay, then we go to the next point. Point 2 of 2, the original will be 2,900.
2,900 4,300.
Y is 4,300.
Okay.
X value is 717,560. And the Y field is 6,532,600.
6.32.
You can already know how did you determine it? That means we can explain. Usually it's 0. Here, when it's 0 is other one. But how do you determine the height? Clicking on the
Yeah, so you got 2 points. On your local grid, you know what the
corresponding to
your record shows your result. It's 0 pasta. Delay.
survey is 0.
Delay coordinate more. Analog. It's true. How you will say true. It's true. GG bido. Watch me. Usando el mouse with it. Esse veio email. Você viu não? Z coordinate system. No. Maybe. External locally. Why local? Ask it I'm looking at it. So it does indirectly you'll have to make
you go by that one thing
It's me. Until the state last remember. State pay for this December project. Ana is how much?
Has everybody got this?
No.
So finish. Alright, so now it's created a wolf call. So to find that file.
Undo me one for yes. Okay. Then subsidy. Don't repeat. Good. Anna. So good to energy.
Create a wolf file in your project folder.
Menu.
You can see it's giving you the projection information, and these are your local coordinates. You got the 2 points that are your projected coordinates. So if you make a mistake, you can go back and you can just edit this text file. So copy it.
Make a mistake.
Alright, now we're going to apply this to the database. So make sure you mag database to your current database. It's possible you're not paying attention. You can open file the wall. You'll be confused. Just close that. Make sure your mag is your current database. Now we're going to warp the data, so go to coordinates. We're referencing warp data.
And that's the defined by warp data.
current X and Y channels or X local and Y local.
Now I know division. Yeah, of definition and choose pay.
You have to open the work file,
Okay, and then just type in
output channels, and pull them.
subscription. GDA. That's a good thing.
Pull it X mag, usually 50 and
X GDA D Y X
You can go to keep it all, right? So just want to check my volume doesn't need much.
Give me a minute. Let's cut some. That is georeference base. Having the other project.
Yes, text. I just want to check my coordinates. I want to coordinate. Settle me. But the
Interpolability. Cutting. Susuli, bolsute. Interpolability. Equilibrium. Any point the any point the any large initiative one year old mother. One distance from this shooting Jimmy and Bomber Jimmy interpolation. Interpolating was your kind of state and blue. See it is not like you patch for me. I thought it's already the fucking thing civil than in civil. So submission that the policy was a mass. Anything to put it in measurement. Okay, and do what it and data and do what it may be. Data and do any data never any data depends on the interpol me. Extrapolate the line data legal path. That to data the already got just
one from
reference more way. Data to what?
Now you must make Y columns. You must make then your X and Y columns of your database. You must assign an NJ50 projection
Yeah.
to this.
Okay.
You've already done it
Yeah.
with project.
So and it just between with and then show problem any data any time to have it then it doesn't right yes
that's the point.
and the machine is on to do no
With the characters
as do simply java current simple lunch huh
This way.
Actually, that's fine. You design the projections and go like triple next. So clinical system.
the one the different way projection of people different projection different level of actually then I think I different project projection being NG 15 level so similar to NG 15 being and provide an influence system delivered so result circumscripts. Something this sort of interesting. Yes. Section 2. But you can make sense when you main overlay benim shares magnetic data dollars the map magnetic thousand option to what
Alright, just right click on that online there. Let's go to coordinate system. Get the SJ.
diagonal connections to me diagonal connection to projections is processing that one is to me that's the main what these are also processed data The collection damage, Stefan. We've made a top to areas. Don't be I think different one. Respect. System. So just got a coordinates just reproject. 20 MG can you? This MG. And basically, okay. It's a bit. It's so small. And I only don't want to. I tell you. Short already enjoyed. People. He was into that's fun. Let's see what they do here. Like, yeah, you did each of that. So many people want to feel what man will. Probably the fastest something. Because it yeah, projecting. Hani ID içerisinde EPFC, yani EPFC iç kodun sisteminden kod içeriyor. Not necessarily MG 50 maşero. Best friend. Data flow. Yeah, where you open projected here. You're not going to reproject it, you're just going to give it a difference. Much just see you. MGS 15. Just stop MGS. That's good. Zero. Even step with symptoms.
All right, so I think everybody's done that. Well done.
Yeah.
Converted latitude, longitude to projected coordinate system, and now we've walked also our local mine coordinates into a projected coordinate system. So well done, William. All right, so we're just going to work with some of the database tools here. We can hide all our channels. So if we've got, you can have, say, 200 channels in the database. You don't want to go through looking for it and scrolling along the trying to find it. So we can manipulate what we see in the database. Hide everything, you said hide them.
Okay.
Show all the data channels. It's a display. You can also click on the channel name. Just press the space bar. And remove it from the thing. It hasn't deleted it. Just remove it from and what you see in here, you see you've got this sort of black triangle in the top left corner. That means that channel is protected. And you click on that channel and press delete. Doesn't allow me to delete. Come here and press delete. And now it's deleted. So that will delete the entire channel from the database, not just the data. You can protect all the channels. You can unprotect them. Protect them. And also, let's just put our channels. We're not going to be working with extra for a while until from now on. So it's just trying what we see in the database. So, we'll put our new projected coordinate system first. X, Y, Z. You see our mag channel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a column here.
we got that.
X, Y. Which was it? Hani benim mesaj. Ne bu? Hayır benim o. Bir tane bir list mi?
So your database is
Star, Y jump control list mi? List benim o. Sadece producer. List bir mag bir. List. X. X biraz gidiyor. O. Tele Y mı? Kaçayım ha. X kaç bıydı bak. Kaçıyordu. Hayır oldu. Hayır oldu. Yapacağız. Yeah. Listo. XP. YB. Active first.
All right, so for our geocam, we're going to do a similar thing. So I said, doing our mag database, geocam database. So what we want to do is replace this latitude and longitude columns with our projected coordinates. So you just click on that and press spacebar. It's hidden those now. And across here, so we need these, and display GY. Okay, so.
Each move it up. Space bar. Okay.
Already got that?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to do some more edits now. So we can change how this channel looks in the database. It's used for 2 decimals. And it's going to change also the column. Right click on the column name, say edit. Change this label to easting. Change the number of decimals to 1. So this just changes how it's displayed. It doesn't change the data in the database.
Oh.
Okay, and we do the similar thing for the one panel. See, it's changed the decimals. I'm going to change it to edit here. You see, this is still got label of latitude. That's change that to northern. Change the number of decimals to 1. You also, if you wanted to, protect the channel as well. So, database, but this is a types of displays you can do. So you can have up to 4 profile windows. You can plot data as profiles. You have multiple profiles on one panel. You can change the scales. We can have independent scaling, or we can have same scale. We've got also symbols. So there's quite a lot of functions and again scales. So we're going to do that. Make sure your main database is open. Open your main database, right click on the main channel name, say show profile. Okay, profile. So the top left of the database is quite an important thing. You save the changes, and if you want to discard the changes. So only discards the changes up to the last database set. Okay. Right, so there will be correct. That's the end of that section. All right, so in this section, we're going to do some basic stats and processing. So you'll notice in our MAG database, we've got all the lines in one line. A line channel that increments, but in the database, everything is lines. We generate the statistics for different sections of the database. We'll do some simple removal of spikes. Spikes. These are not enumerated. When this spikes too, got on and noise. All right, so airborne surveying for most geophysical surveys, we don't, not all geophysical surveys, but most geophysical surveys, we collect data along lines or in groups. And we want to be able to display data for each line. We will do that. Gravity surveys, sometimes we select points randomly, and then it's not like on a line by line basis, but most of the time, collect data on the field. So we need to split our MAG data now by line. Just open your MAG database. Database tools, line tools, split on line channel. Split on line channel. Line reference channel is the line.
one line first give me T0.
Now we'll see the top left here. Now we've got its alignment. Almost as well.
Basis tiga tahun di split basis tiga tahun split baca lain nama dia kami harus kembali coba space ketika database tools line split online channel line to split dengan already paper tadi D0 paper D0 set paper धेरै line reference channel di line kecil masih already channel create paper channel अन्य channel ना line choose that's line stream disregard patient okay and disregard patient and disregard say babies yes patient okay and baby but and the correct display all patient and display all display okay so line iba ta channel iba ta line okay based on the channel based on the and to same so that that may अनि听众们的谈 variables tools split on line channel B so line to split kati line split D0 but kati choose पनि मलाई line and column line split okay त्यो line parent जोम D0 भित्र reference
double line sampling John, I have one question. A spiky type of rock.
Yes.
But when you do this one, how you make it into a wooden line without a spiky?
Sorry? Because what is spiky? It's spiky because they were seeing overlaps. This line, and then you have the next one. So you see over diagonals.
Line by line split zero issue.
We only see one line.
Sir, so D0
So we have to change
bra line को automatic जो में
Bravo, so it is 09 11 day 11 days for July by sunlight cell.
इसो सब split अलग ही में जो महिला में see this page the one line 21 to space
Line 21
click page line 21
in the segment
line 21 D0 pure फिर चाहिए तो पूरा नदी लगे लगे
split on you might be split by line and split and pictures. For this is traverse line showing
that's enter project line
traverse line again. Chinawa traverse line, Namiga traverse line by home digation. Split with the Namisan city.
this is all your diagonals.
line 21 से करती है तो इसकी table initial return table कस मारी 11 ले कुछ दी में mana bedi
So that's one.
mana bedi L21 से इधर से दिखा स्टी L0 से दिया L21 से दिखा दी मैं हस्किना L21 से दी तो L11 ले 11 12 13 split able to shit na garage Davindi split beta में L11 के यानी shit na जाने दिया मैं disregard okay أنا دي من تمام line أنا 11 okay line 11 أنا 81 111 أنا بتقول line me
That's not trying to highlight. It's just
so أخوي me so أنا لو database na line tool split on line channel bay line to split the D0 first kini D0 then line reference channel line so أنا بدي بيسين كارا تشينا زوم سنة D0 دي أنيميسي 거기 뭐뭐 FID 오면은 나중에 다 클립이 automatic 이시 로기 콜 아이디를 오면 아니디 line the triple line is same immediate split bay
Right, so we close the MAG database and we're going to do a similar thing with the geochemistry.
Do you want me to know?
so I send him and LGO games don't know geo games and the
We've got the geochem database open. Database tools, line tools. split from line channel.
Finally, sample loss. Then we spend the line here. Only this based on what? The other demand menu method. Sample line matrix. Example
Line here,
wait, is it
line reference channel in this case is going to be
type.
that's our sample. We had auger and swell.
Yeah.
Now we're splitting our database by the sample thing.
And it's helping. This is the sample line alarm machine. Sample time to you, but
So if we look here in our master cell, we've got
But
a
then-
line, an auger line,
view the new calculation.
and a swell line.
New view is new input view. Okay,
It's not just a line of data, it's
Okay.
just database. But not just the data. A jury.
It's only two types.
Yes. All right. So we let's go back to your mag database. If we look at the right click here on the master cell and we say list,
No, let's
you can see what our lines are selected. Right. Yeah, so that's one thing. And then we can also go to a selection, what we call a selection tool. And you can highlight if you like that, you can deselect it, select it. Yeah, so deselect highlights, select highlights, and that sort of functionality. They can get more advanced. You have thousands of lines. Okay, yeah, alright. So line 10. So yeah, it's all know how to do these things. Alright. So we put in expressions here to sort of certain sections of one. So the line is deselected, and it's not used in any processing calculation. Right, so the three in terms of statistics, if we want to arrange, we want to calculate the statistics of a section of data. Make sure the cell is selected and we can select the range. We do it manually in the database or on the profile. You can right click in statistics and then that gives you the statistics of that section of range. Yeah. So I want to do it in the sort of column. You just select the cell and you press shift. You select that range, you just right click. This is if I want the statistics of that line, click on the channel name once, twice. You see it selected the whole line. Again, right click, and then that gives you the statistics. Now, the statistics of that entire channel, the entire database, all the selected lines. Click on the channel name once, twice. You see there? The channel name is now highlighted as well. That's for the entire database. All the selected. You see how it's line. The statistic when you look at all it's like numbers that don't make sense. The minimum say 500,000 minus 500,000, but your standard deviation it doesn't make sense. There are a large number of values. You could have a problem with some of those. Really, so the way to do this, probably a more useful way of doing it. You go to database tools, imports, live channel report. And then you can put in the channels that you want statistics on. So in this example, I'm just going to say NAG. You want additional channels, we'll put format and the channel name. The statistics. And which also you put an editor to the default editor. So it comes up with each of my ranges and he has the channels there. For each line it's sort of being over issues.
I don't know what I did. Whatever the high detail. Like selection and type.
So you got all that. Are you in the checking that one?
Yeah, it's all of a sudden 40,000 we found all of us 500 why is that? Why is that? It's that when range now, I usually was receivable. So suddenly it's appear that one song is one song that's on. So it's like I just got back. I'm making including you're going to make it so that was machine not all over the world. So can't do the better keeping it in the money. Even machine gun, machine can be make it set another order. There's no big figure. Also, suddenly anyway. You're all of a sudden
John, so let's say we have a report here, and we look at the standard deviation. If there is a general standard deviation that's more than that we find in the list, so we have to be careful about it.
Yes, so you can use that too. If you've got thousands of lines, this is very useful because you can then just copy and paste the report into Excel and then use an expression to find the line and stuff instead of scrolling through the text file trying to find the result.
It's not important.
So when we deliver data and stuff,
Was like there's something wrong with it.
that's one of the things we look at. All right, so can everybody just open the MAG, database, and then this mark a section of data and calculate the statistics from it. So similar to what I've shown earlier, you just do this, select a section of data, and calculate the statistics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next one, minimum consumption of distribution constant with the money. The maximum 100,000 a average sales division item.
Everybody comfortable with that now?
Yeah.
All right. Now calculate. If you don't calculate the line channel report for the MAG channel, for the states. So that's your video. So database tools, reports, line channel reports. Can everybody do that?
Let's get in motion to do this.
Try to restart that. Line 61. So to change lines, you can use the up and down arrows. You can also use page up, page down on keyboard. Right, so you can see here we've got some spikes in our MAG data.
Okay.
They're 1 point spikes. So we're going to remove these points. So some simple editing or filtering of that. So for any geophysical survey, we want to keep our original dates. We don't edit original dates.
Okay.
Otherwise we're very confused. I'm going to make a new channel.
Okay.
There are different ways to do this. So I'll just go through different ways. So we can go database tools, channel tools, copy channel. Okay.
Okay. Copy channel.
We copy from MAG
Do.
to MAG and change it. You got that?
Yeah.
And then it's good practice just to make sure everything is good text in our original text.
Mm.
The editing is very easy to edit
Because
content.
show profile to the green with him with it. Show profile just show profile green with an acting. Improve with blue nothing. Yeah. Kalakaji na being I know. Interesting, yeah. And did you get animated? कति पर्सेन्ट दिँदा कति पर्सेन्ट दाम अनि सेलिब्रेसन 네네. 감지 보셨던 디테일. 왜 지점지? 지점지 대충 abnormal loadum이나 zero 지점지. 오케이 오케이. 안디 abnormal loading 이게 팀이 받대. 진짜. 진짜 좋잖아요. 에블라이트 지금 되게. 저기 렌즈고 썼어요. 어때 아니 그래서 오버라인이나 abnormal 액티비티 지점이 그냥 시즌 Yeah.
Is everybody there?
Yeah. Специально был супер спокойный. Мимо просто список. Просто если мы используем black correction bay, then correction flow. And microledge. One smash to come with Jan, the abnormal processor, get the maybe that's new. That's a normal. That's not how we see. Data 001. Open the 0 open your over the
All right, now we can edit our edit channel. We're going to remove these spikes here. So let's just show you that there's a profile. Go mag and mag edits the profile. But in the profile window, we can just quite easy to see by the channel values. Where our spike is. So click on the cell 0 and just press delete. And we can do that for the other spike as well.
Can you responsibility? Because you can say, because I'm data remove baby. So you need to put a baby minutes. Can you data remove that data and connect with you?
If you want to delete the continues, you can just
And data me about next line connect and wait,
all right, so everybody got that?
거기 다시 show on the paper.
Now we're going to interpolate to replace the date we've deleted. We're going to interpolate. We're going to use what's called minimum period. And to database tools, channel tools, interpolate.
Output each politician voting. That was doing the
Channel to interpolate is mag. The output interpolated channel is mag. And if overwrite.
Channel straight
Mag edit channel and the interpolation method is minimum curvature. Yeah. So the parameters will be the same.
and thought over it.
One of the last things was with Montaj is it's got a very extensive help functionality. So there's any of these tools you can just press question mark. It comes up with a whole bunch of things. And now, people, it's got workflows you do with the help system. It's extremely helpful. Okay. And you can see our data is now interpolated across that spot. The rest of the data
Make it in
is stays the same.
I read something. So profile.
So you really got that?
Actually, between the
So it's database tools, channel tools, and search engines.
Este baby de la rola ci
Mag- Magnet.
Hani tam ciddi benim mi? Ama iyi ki o değil. Rola benim. Okay, hani favorite mo. Copy video bence. General please. Copy general. Copy from Mac to Mac edit. Hani amca benim adım. Bak Mac edit yazayım. Ben şu an show profile okay. Yani zero değil. Zero değil benim. Delete. Hani
Wasn't there many that
Hani TBS'e var ya. Delete. One CIP. Database 2. Channel tools.
All right, so
Intro
I
point.
copy this because
See.
I'll show you what. All right, so let's just take a section of data here. To interpret that. So the nice thing as well is instead of once you run an operation on a channel, if you right click on the channel, the output channel and say interpolate, you can just repeat that instead of going down those channels. Right, so I've deleted a section of data. So if I'm going to interpolate that data that I've deleted now with linear interpolation, if you see what we're kind of on side, and just interpolates across. Change that to minimum curvature. So I'm deleting this point. It's going to be very difficult to do an interpolation that equals that something that's yours. But you'll see what happens here. I use minimum curvature here. Now it's fitting like a minimum curvature shape to that data. Now, if I've got noisy data and I've deleted some and the one end is pointing downwards like this, and the other end is pointing upwards like this, and I'll put a minimum curvature on the end upward this. Overshoot. So sometimes some data you have to use private removers and see if you something will continue to do the set. Thanks to see the judgment. Right, it will be similar to the different interpolation. Human interpolations, that will put a tighter curve. See, it's a tighter curve now. Nearest. Gives you the nearest curve. Which so some data, say if you've got a time channel, you've got spikes in the time chip. You know your data is linear, time is increases linearly, then linear interpolation makes sense. If you've got coordinates flying along a flight line, then the coordinates should change in a linear way. So linear interpolation makes sense. So let's think about the data that you connected as well. For the MAG data, if it's I think minimum curvature or chemo interpolations make sense sometimes. Depends on where it's data. But you can try, always look at the data and see what you get. In this case, we've got a single point. The method that you use is not really much interesting. So on our profile channel, our profile panel, the x-axis is just a fiducial. So it's the right. See this at the bottom here, just reflects this fiducial.
Oh, okay.
So if you've got lines that are short, that are long, it's very difficult to know what event the line is. So it's useful to plot the profiles as a function of distance. Sure. So we to make a check
Check.
database tools, line tools, find it. Should be make it distance check. Okay. And we'll call our output just yeah.
Yeah.
And in our profile panel, there's right click. There's the x-axis options. And we make our x-axis distance channel. And it's auto rescale, so we change lines, scales and then 12 divided distance to again, you can see it will start at 0. It's distance. An idea of how long that is.
That will safety channel. 6 Search it in your maybe to that nothing. Maybe right click B. Set x-axis. The another distance. Okay. So x-axis is the distance space in. So here 0 then is okay, right? So 2 so I think the YT elevation. When you make ZD like 10.
Database tools,
the X the other job 30 X the other but
make distance change.
but the anime only the X report. 9 okay.
Yes, x-axis.
There's two bit. I'm doing the control. To damage the way. Then, for example, you line up to remake J Pakistan methods. 0 to 100 table G data 0 to 100 की बांधना project भी नहीं मेरे को no matter how much signal कम ची data थ्रू र 0 to 100 की बांधना nice really तुम्हें data पर भी थ्रू होता है data के दाल में one to ten so the span of 1 kilometer में हम सुन लो मानिलो distance down oh so main distance each means be well guys have to take 5,000 data दूंगा 5,000 data दी अनि the distance पे बात नहीं बात so check it within me जब अनि दी broad पे अनि line में बात check it 0 to 100 की बांधना पे project में and 0 to 100 की बांधना 20 30 40 अनि दी कतले बांधना sure अनि दी distance to x की to the close the meter meter in that data और अनि मिटर नहीं मशीन तो मिटर नहीं स्क्रीन and x की value is
So the next thing we're going to do is do some math expressions. So make a new channel in your check-in database. You'll call it PV or ZN underscore PV.
Channel. Is it PB? Create new channel, right?
So as channel names in GeoSoft, you can't put special characters. So you can't have a question mark, a backslash, an exclamation mark. It's not going to work.
Oh, no. Just recently.
You can change the definition.
That's the joke. Right, English. New channel. Because use that underscore TV. Yeah.
All right. So
Question like that.
if I want to calculate the value, we're going to calculate the ratio here. I just want to calculate it at one single cell. Select the cell. You can press equals. You see there's a formula comes up at the bottom left.
Yeah.
And I can start here. ZN underscore PV.
Oh, okay.
Now it's calculated the expression with each formula and that cell.
Unable to notice on the settings. Always has a oh, it will be no check. That was upgrade with
I want to do it for the entire line.
equal to very.
So what I do,
She already create windows, is that in PB? Sunny create windows.
select the line equals. Multiply to that line.
Divide over here. Oh. Oh, divide by. Divide by here. Oh, divide by people. Okay, right. See that until the best. Oh. Let's see that until the best. Hello, please finish. This is new channel. Come on, that until the best. I'm talking that until the best. Yeah. Yeah. ठीक है सर उनकी बताना चाहिए टॉपिक चाहिए वो सेट what is it Quiero ser privado, verdad.
In database, just deselect the soil line.
Suspend.
What did you read on that?
Termination. Display all page. Display.
So dividing the Z channel.
Can you hear me? Oh no. Display all way. And right here. Which is
All these have been good for also just put on the channel and the channel name.
Company.
You deselect your soil.
This is including my job. Look what? Local plus baby and Joe. Say, Bios Moti.
See where it's
Latin. Yeah, just a minute. Okay, fish. Yeah, I'm single select. Select all fish. Yeah, select all fish.
so that's your soil lines.
Equal to the channel. Equal to me, equal
So
to.
I've got no
Oh, equal to. Isa. Equal to. ZN. Let's be my job. Enter. Enter bir şey. Hadi baş. Bana bir kaç tane var? Baby, equal revisi. Equal. أنا equal أنا سلبي equal بش equal zaten baby enter بش كذا سلبي سلبي equal enter.
All right, so that's if you want to do simple formulas and stuff, that's an easy way to do it. But you can create some quite complex formulas in using Boolean expressions and stuff like that. So you don't want to be typing it in the formula bar. It gets too, if you've got long channel names, and you've got, just gets too cumbersome. So we use what's called the channel map diagram. Okay. Let's do a thing we want to just so we want to apply a conditional statement to one expect like in a high copper maps. Let's make a channel called high copper. I'm going to right click, let's do this. New channel. High underscore copper. You can't have spaces in the channel names either. Right, so you've got it, database tools. Right. Channel map.
channel mat.
So we use variables and then we assign channel names to those variables. So that variables are what we call generally assign the channels. So we're going to say if the copper is above 70 ppb, then we keep it, otherwise it's a done. So we're masking our copper channel to everything above 70. So we say C0, which is our output channel. And the conditional statement has a form of if then else. Okay. So the way it works is we put in first of all the if part of the statement, so it's C1. It's greater than 70. And that's a question mark. So is C1 greater than 70 if it is? In the output is C1. Else, with a colon. So then
If C1 is greater than 70, then it is C1. Put it in C1, else it is W.
C1 greater than 70, then it's C1.
If C1 is greater than 70, it's 71, else it's done.
You can make these nested statements, like you can say if then else. else you can have another if-then else. So you can have you can build up these quite sophisticated expressions.
Okay. Huh? 아니 지금 얘가 지금 미팅 거죠? 하임이잖아.
Right, so really being
I think
successful with that.
합니다. 하임. 그렇지 지금은 뭐니? 거의 비지. 사실 재밌어 비스킷이 좀. General vision. That was too simple. Another channel was this high scope or not? Another channel was just copper city. Another activity. Theater. And just got to just. Only two suggestions.
Very long.
Creator movies such as channel could be spoon. That was two. That was two. Channel math. C1. Another C0 70. Bracket close. Question mark. C1. Put it in C1. C1. Bracket close. Close. Or else dummy. Bracket open. Just pay them. C0 this. C0 D가 주수한 수학을 보지. 하이 CU. 하이 CU는 좀 있으면 된다. 어디 하이 CU는 지금 배dom이나 돼. C0D, C0D, C1 이미 좀 수세하나 디파인면은 C1이 가지고 어떻게? Copper value. If copper value is greater than 70, if copper value is greater than 70, put it in C1. Remember the C1이 가지면 high CU 돼. Oh, yeah. It's okay. Let's go. Give him a see.
Right, so now we're going to just display this data.
Banana channel show proper details.
All right, so we want two panels. So there's different ways to do this. You can see there's this whole bunch of these horizontal bars here. You can just drag it up to make another panel. The other way to do it is you can say split the wing. Now, so the top panel, we're going to show the copper channel as profile, and then our high copper channel as a symbol. Copper here, and we'll say show profile. High copper. If I click on the channel name, show symbol protocol. So you can see immediately that they scale independently because the symbols should be plotting on the copper profile. So as you fix that, if you right click and you say Y profile, Y axis options. And the profile scaling, select for the lines. Most of the time you keep it at a scale for each line. If you want to keep the axes same for each line, that's that. If you have to listen to it, you're going to use the same axis for the axis in this new track. And then see what's changed.
Okay. Now, camera.
Bottom profile, we're going to show the copper profile again against the red Z ratio, which is ZU underscore AB. So you see, you get this blue bar on the
That's
profile
a track
panel
mission.
that tells you that this track
Track mission. Maybe I need track mission. Can't you activate and right click mission? Hey, make right click mission. Okay. So symbol. So the right click mission. X axis and Y axis.
So it doesn't make sense to plot a ratio
Y
is the
axis.
same axis as
Y axis option. Right click mission. Y
concentration.
new panel skill centers. Right. Okay. ये मागी थी वैसे Kevin Magini Maginaya high profile की भेज and let's sing game show below same profile ना so why show profile साने पे गांधी में मत simulator let's sing copper high let's sing क्या है दुकान से same money same तो बता रही है किसी ओले copper के अंदर पे show sing
Dat willen we niet van. Den Engels. Sinds wel op
Plot a bit different. Doesn't make sense to plot it.
same as each other. Sorry, not to you, but Chiki copper height is the reason की ratio है तो especially when possible. So that means copper anomaly is detected with a limiter. Higher the copper, higher the ratio of plane John करीब तो करीब cheating tanto Ano John sa touch the zero what so probably
Yani bir
fully ज्ञानी पर जाए y axis पे भी आने same option है same option and right click पे भी y axis है same इशारा
Change the y-axis to same.
no same आने इशारा
So then you go follow
मैं नहीं मावे أنا بيرزين تك بيبي show profile ترى كوبر بيبي show profile كنا ني select بيبي same profile أنا select بيمو أنا select بي select بي ترى أنا بيبي show profile كوبر click بيبي show profile same and tap
well, you're looking at copper.
so أنا بيبي range
here to see. If you assume you would want the copper to be the copper was the zinc in relation so you can use these tools. So what we can also do, yeah, it's also if you've got lots of channels and you're doing this and what's my line with it, you can say that this is a view. Database tools save working view. And you can call it geometry. Yeah. If we just remove all these profiles, instead of manually setting this thing up, we can have the database tools Hit save view. Open data set in a standard views.
Could you do it again?
Database,
The database.
save working.
Oh, database. Okay. Save working view. Okay. 아니지. view display view. database. Save working view. GeoGame. GeoGame view네. GeoGame views 라비. Okay. Next time I'll wait for database 죠 save view. Nice. Just steps like this. Connected too much property me and you see the example. About and if we see only property something has only got example 지나가는 데 대한 주의가 did link and very sure. And molest me any area na. Very sure. Art contract. So I need to so what will give you some ability to silence when the profile test down. This area is highly anomalous. This area is and this area maybe unable to another thing is copper and the copper that's me no I believe remove required on this link pay taking something these areas are very much that was for them. Interesting line which are for me.
What time are we ready for wish? What time are we ready?
But if you are hungry, plus I think that the lunch is more energy.
Right, yeah, no. All right, so basically we've come to the end of that section. Everybody should be comfortable with hiding and viewing database channels, change the section on the database. Edit the display profiles window, and save and reject database changes. You can do basic statistics, split our database into lines, generate statistics, remove isolated spikes, create a distance channel, calculate statistics for basic processing, plot an expression in the database channel, calculate the ratio, use a channel map dialog, you compare data that's within the protocol. You've been comfortable with that. So the next section we're going to move on to is database filters and array data.
So John, this is supposed to be for the optimization frame.
I don't know.
No, if it's for the optimization, we can do the practice for the earlier session. Or if we have some problem, then we can solve
I
it.
think because I split it into 2 hours, so this is a longer session. So it should be nice. So we're going to do database filters, convolution filters, line filters, and then we'll look at importing array data, how we visualize that in the database, and also create profile from the data. Yeah. Yeah, no. Okay, so we carry on with the format data sets. So we use filters to improve the signal to noise, which identify noise, enhance smooth or sharp circuit. We have either the convolution filters or the frequency domain filters. Is everybody familiar with the concept of convolution filters, frequency domain filtering? No. All right. Let's just go through the basic concepts of that. All right. So we can apply the filters in sort of one-dimensional, so it's long profiles, on gridded data, on voxels, which is dimensional models. So this is an example of a convolution filter. The convolution filter in this case is a 3-point convolution filter. The output will be a single cell. So for the calculating this value, we multiply this value by minus 0.5. This points are 1. This one are minus R. These values, and we add them all together. And we get output value. So a similar thing would be a 3-point average filter. So take those 3 points and average them, and the output would be the average point. 3-point median filter, so the middle value of the filters. And it's symmetric. And you can see the weights when you add up the weights comes to 0.
Yeah.
So that's convolution filter. All right, so in Microsoft, you've got some simple filters. There's a Fraser filter that's used with violet surveys. Everybody done violet?
No.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's what was quite popular in Canada and in Europe. Basically, it uses the electromagnetic sort of energy from these submarine communication towers. That generates sort of high frequency electromagnetic signal, and that interacts with the conductivity contrast in the ground. Measure that and make some inferences about conductors and faults. It's not that popular. There's a Laplace filter, which is big of a second derivative filter. So it's very useful for looking at determining the range of noise in your data. This Savitsky overlay filter, which is a single. All right, so let's do the sparse and filters into our data. Let's open the mag database. Apply a nonlinear filter to our mag channel. So a nonlinear filter is very useful for spiking. Database tools. Nonlinear filter. Input channel is mag. Output is mag. Input channel is for in-out spike.
For this just do just bigger rather than unfortunately that's sweet one. Still.
Filter width is 3. So basically the way this filter works, we'll look over 3 data points into the mag value that's in excess of the filter tolerance for the unit. Thanks. So make the filter squirms, we'll try 500 nanotests. Correct.
500 is this.
Then tolerance is determined between
So tolerances you want to remove, that will be values spikes that are larger than like value. So it looks at the range of values would be 3 data points. If one of them exceeds the background value by more than 500.
how do you determine that background?
So the bottom of it is try and find different values. So you can see here, our mag values here are 700. Okay. This spike goes to 0. So the amplitude of that spike is about 700 nanotests.
Okay.
Okay. Mag edit will just remove the macro picture. Let's check up any effects.
Why you move it? Okay, why should I have this?
This is one end of the one that we did on the database architects.
And make some stuff.
The one we did on the database.
Yeah.
So there what we did is we deleted the point manually
Yeah.
Over the
and we just interpolated.
Yeah.
So this is now trying to automate.
so I can green tea makes like that is. Okay,
But we have to do
that's
both
actually
things, like
you find the same.
you go to the you on the new database.
That's the only
here.
and spike me. Tolerance.
You don't like manual
Key point
editing of
is sweeping.
spikes. Yeah, if you got say a base station, daily base station, it's got some spikes, so you can maybe edit it. But if you've collected 1,000 kilometers of data on 60 different lines, no one should be it's a reform.
Kind of filter that's actually you remove pages. Tentando nada. Rate that the old at the thing. Like it to understand how you determine the problem. No, solve the reason.
So you want to remove the spark here.
Spark.
So we know if we look at the value here,
That's why the minimum garbage payment.
700.
So that's again the total is 10. That's zero deliveries. Mean that is
Spark.
change the 1,000 kilometer line towards the minor zero.
Temperatures are
And actually is better much city. She spike the for example, like price guitar, major guitar, only the couple of the suddenly spike it, but remove it.
So the other thing we can do now is we can zoom in on our data. So on our panel, we right click and we say zoom. You can drag a box around and we can circulate it. We can see exactly what the filter is saying. Another useful thing is when we change this the range of that we're viewing, we can stick on the axis there, the axis value, you can use up and down. Want to make these the same axis. Just really then another thing we can do is try our original, let's know what's in circle.
Whiskey. So it's no way to continue. 이제 좀 살아. 저기 요리. 저는 그랬나 뭐 오늘이 먹는 그냥 하는 스파이크 뭐야? 프로파일링이 뭐야? make it the profiling overlap the one to make the net feature. Yeah, Austrians on this. It's not different from any region.
Yes, yes.
I think it's this which one is
Well, you look and you tell me what you think is better. Yeah. So that point, to me, the blue line looks better.
yeah.
Looks more realistic.
Maybe it's a bit method that it. So linear minimum curvature. Same. Linear the only point and point.
Try rerunning it. Change the tolerance to 2000. See what you get.
Change the tolerance 2000 2000 range name is normal 10,000. I mean that is very famous. That's popular. That's all. That's 800 remember the dollar. 800 내가 just vibrant since the job thing suddenly was yeah it was do this women if that's fine every time yeah other questions the temperature gonna try to one zero to what up to 100 déjà 100 que je vais faire là c'est moi
وانا بالليست ابو حمد تجاه اللي يطيب جدا تصميمه
mais c'est أنا رياضة يبغى تقارن تنقول ده قرر تتكلم تو up to 100 cents déjà تتا 100 ما تيجي سبيتين ده
شيء كلام وارد 100
تنتا
تنتا
100 above version shot member 진 answer करते हैं वो बता 100 above 10 cara 500 400 2 minutes just got everything नहीं less than 100 हिंदी की
Useful for
대장 아니 너 자주 순도
Right, is everybody done?
first gender second 저는 아직 pretty similar 아나 filter with three similar three data 나오는 거 지금 first 기타 second third 기타 아니 신기나 데이터 아나 less than 100 level then
شبيتين
10 3 cm difference 있는 거지 10 일단 10 stream 내가 2000 stream 10 to 2000
Right, we're now going to apply a convolution filter
غالبا دور فرنس
to our
شمس يطيب
spike
جدا
directed channel.
zero 가지 되는데 그거 야다면
Okay, let's database tools,
zero 된다면
filters, convolution filter. Input channel to filter is mag underscore NL spike. And that output channel will call it mag underscore LAPLC plus convolution.
John, why are we selecting that NL spike? Why not the mag data?
Because the mag data with the spike is going to give big artifacts when we apply the convolution filter.
Oh, okay.
So the plus filter looks at the curvature of the data. So if you've got spikes in there, you're going to get larger values.
Okay.
And you're going to load the filter file. As you see here, it sits under your desktop applications, etc. Your soft folder. It's your plus one FL. So these are all ASCII files. You can go and open them and see what the coefficients. All right, everybody happy with that?
Yeah.
You see, it's so quite sensitive. We are filter the data. You can see that little what's there from our non-linear filter data is causing quite a big change in the richness.
고견이 아직 리니어리 있는 거 있어요. 남성 앰플리에 배정이 어떻게 너 이렇게 마셔.
So this is it's not possible to so it's sensitive what's my insurance I said for security. So you need to long way to go into it. For the agents working for them to advance your shadow.
One video. You get producing the problem. That's what you and then you do the phone game. What you have to do is one video that you can forward play it out.
Yeah, you want to review sparks back. If you think your data and then you can call you know.
Das ist so ein Thema dann. Kann ich mal. O Thema ist das. Oder nicht? Oder nicht? Ja, so ist es. Ja. Den Line ich reingehen, den will ich da. Jetzt endlich da bekommen. Bekommen.
All right, so
Also das ist ja also schon irgendwie wieder eine Oltre ja eben Zeit in der ja und dann
all right, so the plus filter you're asking what it is. So it looks at the changes in the curvature of the original data, and it's quite sensitive to quite subtle changes, short wavelength changes. So
da war nie
this feature here, with quite low amplitude, gives you strong response to the loss. So maybe we're certainly there. So you're getting a lot of, like you can think of it as shadow geological national time. Scale to the entire scale. You can see those signatures in here. My amplitude strategy bring the effect. Similarly, you see this changing slope here. It hasn't got a plus response. So it's gradient. The gradient of that is quite steep. But within that, you'll have high frequency changes that you can't see. They are highlighted in these changes here. You see how that just changing that you can hardly see them changing the function of these responses. So it's sensitive to noise in your data, but it's also sensitive to shadow responses. So when you start talking about derivatives, the vertical derivatives is a plus, then we thought of it as an approximation by setting the spatial.
oh okay
We use it for quality control when we do grading and stuff on our data. When you print the data, you apply the plus grid. You see straight away when you've got never easy based pockets. That wouldn't be a bit of a just of the sample. So space domain or convolution filters, they just apply to the data with a moving window across your comment center. So they're really simple to visualize. I'm not going to go into frequency domain filtering on profile in generators. All right, so that's base filtering in a database. You can also, filters, convolution filter. You can put your own filters in here if you want. You can try some of the other filtering. Let's try this filter here. Smoothing filter. So that looks like called an SG. Let's see, we changed our data slightly, it's slightly smoother. And the good thing to do is we can apply that across to our smooth. So you can see what that looks like. So now we find that apply to the smooth data. You can see it looks quite a bit better now, huh? We don't have that spike. This goes after the non-linear filter. So that's generally what we do. You apply a non-linear filter, then you put in a slight, a mild smoothing filter, and then a hard filter.
Confusion, smooth video, simple button, there is smooth jumps, let's something.
Already just apply the SG filter, and then the convolution filter.
SGP and SG smooth baby data, don't love plus the version. And if you have some jerk me, tell you what smooth everything. And then I'm paying with a SG could be more. Database to winter more confusion. Having a chicken touching SGD. SGD token.
So see that's fine too, no? Right, that's what the guy that
SGB data. Like SG. So and that's my letter conversation. Okay, can I be now plus B. B. Same with the Hannalu, was the Hannalu, and SGD, and SGD.
So small frequency changes.
Subzoya. 저는 SGB 오죠? 책이 다 SGB입니다. 책이 SGB가 있으면
That looks like
아니나 베니 뭔가 있으면 랩을 and the appearance of convolution final SG. SG. 다음에 책이 convolution data was true filter convolution filter. 다른 식이 NL 스파이크 지수용 스테이크 같은 거, NL 포르티는 하나 셀렉션. television, non-linear evolution, the little difference. Non-linear basically makes it a spike in time. So non-linear first way, there's a conclusion and the highlight bin frequency, low frequency, one noise tendency, radiation. Okay, can shoot over this. Can you understand the problem with the monkey? Shoot over this. And you have to have the emission. No. Correct. No, I need to just be able to do that. That's it. I need the NL spike to just be. It's the X spike given it. No. NL spike, remember, level. I think they just do what. Sorry, personal Mac SGD filter. Okay, Mac SGD, Mac spike 기토가 스파이크 기토가 Mac SGB 아니 SGB 뭐 B 미 텔레 Mac SG 라이브러리 아니 그 베이버디 텔레 Mac 텔레 Mac SG Mac SG고 레플 스티타니 new filter new filter. Total comes to 1, 2, 3, 4 always special. Level, LP, या तो कभी मैं कैसे oh Laplace often 시간 남는 잘 두면 돼. 다른 idea behind it. कभी भी स्मूथ लाइन पोलीगोन भेजे जो मेरे में एसटीडी ये डेटा नाम से इरेगेशन में स्मूथ भेजा the Laplace की high frequency की बाहर से high zo high रहती है how then compared to the news this line was very complicated spiky Laplace theta is to be that is close it needs to be very almost it's now it doesn't non-linear negativiga e anima di non-linear spectrum non-linear filters first non-linear vemo terapi non so high low in su tenta ani perché non-linear non-linear ani tema temos so non-linear di bebo non-linear di anta jan sem tema di ani re tema di grandi I want to gradient vector Mac data bar mo Mac data di non-linear filter to be frequency be 500 be okay be but no just be data next ani kasi non-linear filter be Laplace be but Laplace be mo so Laplace ali non-linear to the convolution Laplace convolution be Laplace just be okay be mo so ani be the loop kasi me anting di thing but jar option jar game tele kasi estimate bus estimate estimate spike by bus ani ma bo same spike data bar smooth be normal and smooth data thin the ani smooth data di log data same Laplace be time but the ani end result the nam some spike smooth be thing but that's the thing that's non feed these it's on after the this distribution of state question state and that is when he's going to make a geological says in his I don't know what it's just oh my god interesting it's also I don't know what I'm doing have you on I know Survey.
So non-linear correction non-linear.
गऱ्यो जसमा 3000 मिटर भन्दा बिलो सबै गऱ्यो एबोभ 3000 मिटर छ लार्ज स्केल फोल्डमा स्मल स्केल आउँदैन लार्ज स्केल फोल्ड मेटर मात्र आउँछ त्यसो भने आउँछ आउँदैन 400 मिटर ए हो डिभाइड बाइ 4 क्रिस्टल Pachi Amatante, LinkedIn to was two more, 100 more.
You can see when you apply multiple filters, you can get yourself quite some changing in multiple steps. So this is where scripting and stuff can quite useful. Start with one channel, and then you run the scripting and section divisions by all channels. Okay, then try to remember you change one thing. Doesn't remember to change all those.
Basically tatuagem ela bem mina. First time Mac Adams Spike B, Adams Spike na Laplace B, that is movie. Script in the script GD अनि Mac editor ल अनि बे Spike B, त्यसले Laplace B त्यो ल cheating.
All right, so that's the end of the section on simple filtering, convolutional filtering.
So, and the
other filters and stuff you can apply here. There's, you can see there's quite a lot of them. Rows, statistics, when we calculate the median, average, anything like that, you can resolve. You see there's a lot of options you've got there, the window name, it's all similar to what we've done previously. The other thing you can do is put the polynomial to your data. For example, if you wanted to remove an offset, we've got a drift in our data, it's use our history, also like to you want it you move a DC value from it with zero. And we want to just remove the DC, the average of that channel for that line. So that's the average of that data. So to check that, we should all know this. Just right click the selected statistics. Mean is minus 31. And in this channel here, the whole value is just minus 31. So that's the average of that data for that line. You can calculate the residual. You put a slope through the data and put a polynomial. This type of system. So there's quite a lot of functionality here. The mechanics of it is quite simple. Right, any questions on filtering? Convolution filtering. Right, so that's the end of that section. The next thing we're going to move on to is working with array data. So all the data that we work with is really two-dimensional data so far. So array data is looking almost in the third dimension of the database. So the database extends in the third dimension. How we import data into a database, add base information to the array database, and visualize the things. All right, so what is array data? So basically it's multiple points of data at a single point in space. It can be conductivity, it can be seismic data. What else could it be? Does anybody else can think of array data? You have to. You have to. Yeah, should be that. And you can see you can basically you've got this array of data. You've got this array of data, we've got it in the profile, or you've been kind and you can also plot this array as a profile. So in this case, it's one activity, a single point here. We've got multiple channels of conductivity, and I would be either scaled by depth or scaled by time. So the x-axis here will be the depth of time. You could have just do So we're going to close this. We taught some array data. So import ASCII new GDP. Import ASCII. Database will call it conductivity. Conductivity unit. Conductivity yeah. And it is conductivity and then create templates. Templates.
Next.
This considering all the formats that you have.
If you scroll down, make fun someone bullet. Put it double.
Right. Oh, sorry. Reports right. So this change is really important for some reason that wants to start to. I said you just make sure it starts the importing right to change the column name. Second column, change it to listing. The label to listing. Third column, change the label name to northern. You see in the columns here, it's got conductivity 0, 1, 2. So that's your array data. Now can we do? So we change the channel type to array. And we change the array size to 19. So that's telling us that the array has got 19 elements.
Conductivity 0, 1, 0, 10. Oh. 1, 8.
Are you too quickly? That's really important. No, I used to do just define it here. So just close the database and when you get
I'm just looking at that.
let's change this one, change the
Nineteen. 19 size 19. Maybe we just 0 times. Yeah, and 0 is 19. That's 19 receive.
take the next 19
Conductivity.
what did you get here? The array size.
Great implication. Next, we simply touch it. Being changed behavior. Cut back, please.
You see these all now great. Back just to one.
And these two. Nothing.
One is anything. You're on the phone, that one is.
Says like that.
So it's best way to get that. Generally, personally, so once more connectivity, right? So see, it's pretty from that side of zero. That's size of the things.
So it makes all the intelligence skills. Which should just.
So you've only got.
Best electrical conductivity is 0, 1 conductivity आणि त्याच्या अभावे एरेजी 1 column नरा आणि column नरा 19 त्याच्यातून
The process that makes a vibrator meter like 500 milligrams.
It's gonna be 0 times.
Because I now contributing.
19 later, one couple of the next 19 minutes.
Oh, it is such an again, we have another data as
Yeah, if you could connect different data, like you've got a random images, then you've got 12 channels.
we can come again, you kind of add another unit for method on the film.
Yeah, actually, you can have different.
Donc, c'est tout le monde là, qui est dans une I'm fucking wrong. Keeping the special. No. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. Maybe you should wait. Oh, you want to, yeah. You're like explanation that you know, but that is more than I'm able to. I think you know, I'm told, let's get it. That's obvious. So next year. We send those down to the so easy. I don't know. I don't remember the general. But some system comes to see, but why they do such, you know, secondly, getting with the early was in the future. Yeah, and I think just read up in the something from his meeting, so we sometimes the one must be you get to have a one situation. John, we can break for lunch.
Everybody imported their notes.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think you really need to go to the yeah, fortunately, don't get to the very long way. Then you got to have this one, you know, really, that's again, you can just want to know.
All right, before we close, just edit your channel names.
It's really, so, I don't think. You did okay. That's an excellent yeah. Just the name, yeah.
Yeah, just edit the name. And then also split the lines, the database into lines. If you just say here. Original split on line channel. And the next thing we must is assign a projection to the X format system. And then we'll be done for lunch.
Kimchi. Oh, Kimchi. Esatto. Io la vedevo così, non muovi la veste. Però c'è un po' di ex magazine, un po' di rap, un Infatti che c'è X, Y, Z che c'è dentro. Mega ti get on to X, Y, Z che c'è dentro. C'è un po' di elevation production. Organization attention. I think. Okay, andiamo.
All right. Soft lunch.
Yeah, that's okay.
So about an hour.
Yeah, about dopo tanto tempo Gimana nih? Cuma ibu 한지 비자로 보시나? 이네는 좀
Inderdaad, ik ben ook zo dat ze. Ik had extra de. Inderdaad. Come ci dico quanto? Così non lo vedi ma stai certo mi non c'è bisogno. Lei come te mo, lei ti dopo. Non c'è.
non so che vedo le come into the array-based properties. So it's possible to import from a database. We're going to enter it manually. In your, you should have a in the non-farmer geophysics folder. Which gives you the mapping between the array images and the depth.
Best properties.
So the way the array index works, doesn't start with 1, it starts with 0. In this case, we'll go from 0 to 18. Done any programming and stuff. Python, anything like that, will be saved. So, unfortunately, they're not a linear relationship.
Adding the sign.
Zero. Change to 0, 0. Next 0 is left 0. It's 1 is 1.5. Three point two five.
That's fine. Got the G. So, I'm a big person. Thank you. 0, 0, 0. Yeah.
These 5.25. 7.5.
They ask you it is property. Just zero zero. It is zero implemented. Incremented zero zero zero initially bitte mi? It is speaker. Itu ano? Pangalan ito? Anak lucu. Itu itu.
Zero. And the next
Zero zero. Okay, zero zero. Ketuanya udah itu.
Ano to? Chip 6 ka ano?
Nang napuluhan itu. Zero zero nomor tu.
001. Montaj.
Enough shot 1.5.
3.25. 5.25.
1.5.
3.25. 5.25. Asli aku bilang. Coba bukan kasih. Oh, the 10.
1.5 in increment. You know, this is 7.5.
10.
7.5. 10.
Then 12.75. 15.75. 19. 22.5. 26.25. 30.25. 34.5. 39. 43.75. 48.75. 54.
59.5. 66.5.
Right, so you're already done.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to just change the way the array channel is displayed. Channel name, and you go click on profile section options. The array channel will be conductivity, with profile and section. That's there, that's okay. You can see it's displaying it as color scale.
How how interactive and connectivity because it's not in the point in the room.
If you turn your computer
Area
90 degrees, you'd have a section.
that first time
We have depth,
second time
vertical.
19 is between
19.
19 is between it's 19 that's why it's 19 area the 19 electricity point there are two the relative between but the connectivity will zero
Change our colors or
because it'll be silver color scheme. Array display option A. Array profile color. Array profile color. Right click करना. Which one can you use to it?
has everybody managed that? That's line 1 and producer 114. Pick the result with the same reviewer. That gives you a profile now of the data in that array.
Very big. Like the real like the getting
Review a base field, enter a value of zero, and in the range field, enter a value of 250. And now we can cross that. Press the plot button. So model conductivity line one cohesion 1 yeah. X-axis with the yep. Y annotation is methods of conductivity. Millisieverns. X-axis annotation should be channel number.
SQ nutrition channel and hashtag channel.
See, this would be an axis. So values of channels. That's your database. Let's go to what station did we say it was? And 112. Yeah, just, no, it's not line 112.
Students, genius. So,
only have JS.
Yeah, I don't think that's channel. That's not station 114. Go to the database. Choose one.
it's all. Yeah, what's being energy? The difference in position. So me like suspend the trade.
So you can see how to make a figure of your profile of the channel of your array data. You can see that the close to the edges of the lines of signal drops away. So that's why we've only got a bit like an active array. So it's quite a nice way of looking at your data and identifying areas that are more conducted. So let's try and make some section grids. Section. We haven't done gridding, so so again through this section. So this is just parameters. So this I think this data is not under mapping data, it's registered. That's why I thought this. Alright, so go to section great. Correct sections from there, good city.
Oh, okay. It's been great. Okay. Read an image. Just do that. Great. Okay. New map. What's that? Şey yok bir tanesi.
Just put it here by the nation.
Here to Messi. Conductivity. The here to get the recipe and the conducting some more down. Spray me. Map view the same you the data the conductivity me. Here to go to you.
What was? It was no.
Then here the baby reverse to conductivity system. That's your problem. Huh? Yani bir şimdi ERTC kaçıramıyor. ECTC kaçıramıyor. ECT mu? Electrical conductivity hazırlamıyor. Restivity jamba da measure koyayım. Hani measure. İyi. The conductivity measure is the resistance measure by equals to everything. Conductivity is only. What formula do you know much? The conductivity at the conductivity measure by the ERT baby inverse and data inverse maybe by the conductivity in the conductivity measure by ERT baby and ERT data inverse maybe measure baby and inverse baby. Consider what it was subject to measure so that all data measure was here to conductivity measure best of me. IP the conductivity inside this process. Kati jika masih official conductivity official conductivity ini okay. Okay. This potentially this one has this measure. Everywhere.
All right, so
Kati
grid up your each of the sections. Can you just select, do them separately, or you can do them multiply? All right, so section tools. Create section. Section tools. Grid sections.
Yeah.
Select all lines.
All the
X arrays your conductivity. And just use the default values and you say okay.
Got 3D view mean? Huh? 3D view mathematics.
Everybody done that?
John, from here, from where did the tree read separately? Or?
Yeah, I do it separately.
Oh, it's fixed. Okay.
Right, and then go to the 3D menu. So go to your menu manager under Project Explorer. Remember, we turned it off. As well.
Oh, why?
Then you go to 3D view. Here. All that conduct to the Okay.
Jump sim space. That's a great page.
Add to so
Funny, great. You're gonna stream online streamer was it? Let me see. Great, great. Great, that's a great. Section today, section. Great sections. Sections and online. Okay. Yes, Sample. Isso é sports. Isso é rivet. Individual. X. Lens between. Agora reputation evaluation. Each point malo. Music conductivity. Not very productive. Actually, easy enough to be. Nice. Such a rich, 199 restricted. The animals, each whole coordinate my astronomy. History, nothing information has been. Each point in 1982. So, main depth 1988 in the club relation. And then data about sections in the game. She can flip it to one format of it. And format open position of the parasite kinesis. Energetic one the more. Yes, and takes and takes repeat delivery. And high placement. One season is a very just cancel. So just some things in the media here. Can get a bit disorientated. These buttons at the top to show you what sort of view you're looking at. Wall view, start view. Oh, no, they're too then. Etc. Do you want to zoom in with the wheel on your mouse? To move the rotation points. Snapshot. Create snapshot is you have a specific view that you will get back to. All right, so that sort of sums it up, I think, for today. Can we do some additional data interpolating in between the documents using block numbers? No. You can, but one of these is too bad. So yeah, you can, if the lines are close enough, you can create a voxel model from it. A better approach would be to insert the data, feed the model to begin with, rather than interpolating 2D section lines.
All right, so from the array data, we imported data in the array data to a database, created the base properties, which in this case was the depth. Learned how to visualize the array data, to modify how we view it, created a figure on the database profile window. We've also had a look at a full create section, which we had a check. And that sums it up for today. Are there any questions or anything we need to review? Anybody's uncertain about anything? I think it's worthwhile to go through what we've done today, just to make sure you're familiar with things like projections and copying channels and things like that. The more you do it, that's quite a logical progression. So tomorrow we're going to be looking at grading, different grading techniques, making maps, plotting lines, extensions. All right, thank you, everybody.
An array. Okay, correct. We array did array index and depth, but as an exchanging array comes to school. Plus type the answer over again. Until constant each class get 10 minutes. Resist more. I'm sure. Kohani की टेप दिसी है ना सर्विस लिस्ट है
We'll try to do what we have done in the morning.
Look at that.
No, I'll
also
do it also.
All right.
If we get us
Yes, no, it's worthwhile.
as you can estimate and you can time let's say correct estimate conductivity. This is weird. Huh? Oh, sorry. As we look at the Dominating Messages this. Benji. Yes. Game is tournament.
Italy,